All right. Good evening. It's time for another weekly dose of Umineko. There we go. I think everything is actually working this time. So we can get right into it. Okay. You know, working the first time this time. Yeah. What do you I mean, that always happens, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. One thing I'm afraid of is that sometime, one of these times, because we have plenty of time for this to happen, I'm afraid that one of these times I'm going to forget to save. But at least that day is not today. Okay, so last that'll never happen. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna forget, right? Yeah. That'll never happen. Uh, oh my. So last time, let's see. Everything was getting heated. Rudolph has left the room, followed by Kyrie, after saying that he's going to be killed tonight, probably. So, let's see, was there... I think that was the only really big happening. And then we change over to Natsuhi. Natsuhi could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then, the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuhi's expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuhi's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Ushiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the head the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsuhi knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Genji in a dress. You thought I forgot. No, it was Genji in a dress. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No, if anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, would weaken Krause's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day. So he had known how Krause had staved off the attack by the other three, and to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter, which benefited Krause's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-to-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Krause yet again and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Krause to pay them a large amount of money, using the condition that all of the siblings would guarantee Krause's position as successor. Talk about advance payments was being brought up again despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, Ushiromiya family's store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Krause. The other siblings had found... no, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Krause could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuhi, as Krause's only ally in his painful position, and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and that there was no need for him to compromise. Krause had always told Natsuhi. He had told all of the siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife, and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsuhi's words didn't reach Krause. Even though Natsuhi had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsuhi sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, and started getting angry. It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Krause. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something, and invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling. Hmm.
他の3人の言うことも、ベアトリーチェを名乗る不審人物の言うことも、何も気にかけることはありません。
There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those three, or even the suspicious person who calls herself Beatrice.
黄金など所詮はお父様が生み出したまやかし。
After all, the gold is just a ruse created by father.
それを見つけられることなどあるわけがない。あなたが跡継ぎであることは盤石です。何を恐れることがあるのです。
There's no way something like that could be found. Your position as the successor is a solid fact. What are you afraid of? Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter.
入りたまえ。
何ですか?
Enter. What is this?
見せたいものがある。君に初めて見せるものだ。
There's something I want you to see. I've never shown you this before. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark.
これは何事ですか? 明かりは?
What are you doing? The lights.
今つける。待ちたまえ。
I'm turning them on now. Wait. Just as he said, when Kraus pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room.
それは?
That is... Natsuhi had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance, it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the lights brightened only on that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsuhi's breath away.
凄まじい純度を持つ黄金のインゴットだよ。こいつがなければ誰も黄金伝説を信じはしなかった。
It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the gold. It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint.
こいつはまともなインゴットじゃない。このインゴットを鋳造したのが国内なのか国外なのか、それすらも私にはわからないんだ。
This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside the country. It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. And in order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry.
ここを見たまえ。怯えることはない。こいつはただの金塊だ。
Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold. Natsuhi, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot.
そこだ。
Right there. Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again.
そうだよ。これこそが、親父がベアトリーチェに与えられたといい、保証人のマルソーの会長に任意で一つを抜き取らせて持ち帰らせ、財界のフィクサーたちを信用させたという伝説のインゴットなのだよ。
That's right. This is the legendary ingot that Father said he received from the witch. that the president of Marusu witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him, had gained the trust of the fixers in the business world.
方々に手を尽くして私が見つけた。他の兄弟たちより早くね。
I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could.
そんな。じゃあ、お父様の黄金伝説は
How could... Then... The legend of Father's Gold is...
実在する。後ろ宮金蔵が授けられたベアトリーチェの黄金は実在するのだよ。
It actually exists. The gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists.
そんな。本当にあるなんて。
Possible. So, it really does exist. Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication. So she had believed it, as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held definite proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he'd failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that, as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which was why she had selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why?
そこまでに私はあなたの信頼に足りないというのですか？
Have I been so undeserving of your trust?
そういうつもりはない。話す必要がなかっただけだ。
That has never been my intention. There was simply no need to tell you.
あなたにとっては妻はその程度のものなのですか？
Is that all a wife means to you?
落ち着きたまえ。劇場にすぐ駆られるのは君の悪い癖だ。
Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits.
あなたがそうさせてるんじゃないですか？私は後ろ宮家に嫁ぎ、今日まであなたの妻として仕えてきました。あなたのために生まれた家を捨て、身も心も捧げてお仕えしてきました。
You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you? I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into, and I've been offering up my heart and body to serve you.
その報いがこれなんですか？そんなことって。
In return, this is what I get? How could you? Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't say it out loud.
私はもうあなたの力になりそうもありません。
Doesn't look like I will be any use to you anymore.
それでいい。兄弟のトラブルを私が自分の力で解決する。君の力は借りんよ。
That's fine. I can resolve the troubles with the siblings by myself. I don't need your help. I sort of wonder if... Like, is Kraus just a cold person? Or are they going for the angle that, like, he tries to handle everything by himself because he doesn't want to burden his wife more? Like the type of easily misunderstood, you go sit back there, I'll take care of it by myself. But he's actually trying to care for her in his own way. I wonder.
違います。これは後宮家のトラブルです。確かに私にはこの身に家紋を刻むことが許されていません。でもあなたの妻です。
That's wrong. This is the Ushiromiya family's problem. It's true that I am not permitted to wear the family crest on my body, but I'm still your wife.
なのに私には力添えする資格もないのですか?
Even so, are you saying I'm not capable of helping you?
あなた
Are you?
君を思えばこそあえて関わらせなかったのだ。これ以上は頭痛に障るだろう。君は今夜はこれで休みたまえ。兄弟の話は兄弟でつける。
I especially wouldn't want to risk you getting involved. It would probably make your headaches even worse than they are now. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problem.
君は関係ない。それだけだ。
It has nothing to do with you. That is all. Yeah, I'm getting, like, undertones of he's not good at expressing his feelings, and he wants to protect Natsuhi. But he's doing it all wrong, and she's misunderstanding him, and it all jumbles into a big mess. That's the feeling that I'm getting right now. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scents she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of the rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I've tried to properly perform my duties as a wife. But now, even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter, as if it were the last job left to me. However, I've had no release for my anger and sadness, and they've caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ushiromiya family. No. That's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head, but it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family. If all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession. with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, has matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of her rebellious period and whose grades are slightly below average, it can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she'd had no choice but to marry into the Ushiromiya family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it, and had actively attended to the life she had been given as Ushiromiya Natsuhi. And in doing so, she had built up a new life. But just now, felt like all of that had been casually rejected. How should I think as I live my life? I do not know. Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing. Even though it should have been emotionless, right then it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsuhi didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention, because it was her beloved daughter. Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing in a place like this? Thought you were a ghost. Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuhi's throat. However, their strength gave out and didn't escape her lips.
Jessica, ごめんね。母さんは頭痛がひどいの。そっとしといてくれる？
Jessica, please forgive me. My headache is awful. Please leave me be.
そう。
I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she'd been filled with contempt for all of the parents, including her mother. But now, those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way. And because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Or no one had tried to understand that in her. Yeah. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuhi just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart. It sounds like you've really got your hands full with that meeting thing.
お前には関係ありません。よそへ行っていなさい。
It has nothing to do with you. Please go somewhere else.
頭痛ひどい？あ、私薬もらってこようか。
Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine?
構わないで結構です。お願いだから一人きりにして。
You don't have to trouble yourself. Please, leave me alone. Natsuhi wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go so far away that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's own short temper. There was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Okay. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the kindness Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings.
じゃあ私行くよ。大人の邪魔にならないようにいとこたちと一緒にいるから。じゃあ。
Then I'll leave. I'll be with the other cousins, so I don't get in the way of the adults. See you later.
お待ちなさい。
Wait there. She called Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely, to a stop.
何？
What?
気遣いをありがとう。お前を残して寝込むわけにはいきません。
Thank you for being so considerate. It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone.
よせよ。縁起でもないぜ。
Don't talk like that. You'll bring bad luck.
心配をかけました。もう大丈夫です。私は行きます。
I've made you worried, but I'm okay now. I will go. If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, I'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother, and for a while she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out.
あのさ、母さん。私さ、今日お守りもらったんだよ。なんだっけな、魔除けだったっけ。確かそのドアノブにぶら下げてるといいんだっけ。
Hey, Mom. I, was given a charm today. What was it? Charm against magic? Pretty sure that you're supposed to hang it on your doorknob, I think.
忘れちまったぜ。私が持ってても仕方ないし、母さんにあげるよ。
I forget. There's no point in me having it, so I'll let you take it. It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank, and she was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand that she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuhi came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
これは何かの景品？
What is this? Some kind of prize toy?
まあその、私も多分そうだろうと思ってるけどよ。 こんなおもちゃみたいなお守りじゃご利益は期待できねえよな。
Well, I think it's something like that. I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything. But her mother took the charm from where she had grasped it in her hand.
ありがとう。大切にします。ジェシカには今度、私が子供の頃大切にしていたお守りを代わりにあげましょう。
Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Sometime soon, in exchange, why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child?
別にそんなつもりで渡すんじゃないぜ。でもまあ、どうしてもって言うなら。
It's not like that's why I gave it to you. But, well, if you really say so.
では、私はもう休みます。頭痛がひどいので。ジェシカもあまり夜更かしをしすぎないように。
Then I will rest for now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late. Sure. Natsui put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall.
やっぱり明日も丸一日こんな天気みたいだね。
Seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all.
やれやれ。今日の日中が嘘のようだぜ。
Dang, this makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. Georgianiki and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we'd last seen her.
マリアはまだ肖像画前？
Is Maria still in front of the portrait?
いや、さっき戻ってきて、今はそっちのソファーで寝てるぜ。マリアにはもう遅い時間だもんな。
No, she just came back, and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. Pretty late for her, after all. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
一応うちのおふくろが屋敷にも部屋を用意してくれたんだけどよ。どうする？
Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the mansion. What do we do?
僕はゲストハウスに戻りたいかな。親たちの様子を見る限り、僕たちはお屋敷にいない方がいいと思う。
I'd rather head back to the guest house. Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion.
俺も同感だぜ。子供は邪魔せず引っ込んでろって感じみてえだからな。おとなしくそうするさ。
I agree. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way. Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
ローザおばさん。マリアならそこのソファーっすよ。
Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the sofa.
ありがとう。すっかり眠っちゃってるわね。ベッドに移さないと。
Thank you. My, she's out cold. We must move her to a bed.
よかったら僕がベッドまで背負っていきましょうか。
If you'd like, I'll carry her over to a bed.
ありがとう。助かるわ。ジョージ君たちはゲストハウスに戻るの？それとも夏日姉さんが用意してくれた部屋に泊まるのかしら？
Thanks. That would be wonderful. Are you all heading back to the guest house? Or are you going to stay in the room Natsui-ne-san had prepared here?
今話し合ってました。ゲストハウスへ戻ろうかって話になったところです。
We were just talking about that. We just decided to head over to the guest house.
そう。なら、マリアも一緒にしてあげてもいいかしら。いとこのみんなと一緒の方が、きっと安心できると思うしね。
I see. Then could I ask you to take Maria with you? I'd feel much more reassured if she stays with all of you cousins. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
任してくださいよ、おばさん。何しろこっちにゃ、マリアをあやすことに関してはエキスパートがいるっすからね。
Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us.
それは僕のことかい？
Are you talking about me?
僕だけじゃ無理だよ。みんなでだよ。
I couldn't do it myself. We'll need everyone together.
そうだぜ。バトラだってあんなにもマリアと意気投合してふざけ合ってたじゃねえかよ。
That's right. Battler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
みんな、ありがとう。私たちの話し合いは、だいぶ遅くまでかかりそう。だから、申し訳ないけど、マリアをみんなにお願いするわ。
Thank you, everyone. It looks like our meeting will last until very late. So while I'm sorry to burden you like this, I'll be counting on you all to take care of Maria.
おーい、マリア。熟睡か？ゲストハウスに戻るぞ。
Hey, Maria, are you sound asleep? We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply.
すっかり寝込んじゃったようだぜ。起こすのは悪いな。
She's really out cold. I'd hate to wake her.
うん。僕が背負うよ。
Right. I'll carry her. That clock in the background makes me feel nervous. Why is there a TikTok? Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
困ったわね。もう戻らないと。
Now that's a problem. I have to go back now.
皆さん、ゲストハウスまでお戻りですか？
Is everyone returning to the guest house? After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened, and Shannon-chan stepped out.
だいぶ暗くなっておりますので、私がご案内させていただきます。
It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you.
ちょうどよかったわ、シャノちゃん。ジョージ君がマリアをおぶっていってくれるの。傘をさしてあげてくれないかしら。
That would be great, Shannon-chan. George-kun is going to carry Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him?
はい、かしこまりました。
Yes, certainly. Shannon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden.
兄貴、重くねえか？俺が背負うぜ。
Aniki, is she too heavy? Want me to carry her?
大丈夫だよ。マリアちゃんくらい背負えるよ。
It's okay. I can at least carry Maria-chan.
本当にありがとうね。マリアをよろしくお願い。
I'm truly grateful. Please take care of Maria.
わかりました。じゃあ、おやすみなさい、おばさん。
Sure, you got it. And I guess this is good night, Aunt Rosa.
それではお送りしてまいります。
And I will see them over there and return here.
ええ、よろしく。
Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
マリア、いつもごめんね。
Maria, I'm sorry for everything. Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
俺がマリアを背負って立候補すりゃよかったぜ。そうすりゃ傘を差してくれるシャノンちゃんのでっけえお乳を二の腕でたっぷり堪能できたってのによ。
I'm face palming so hard right now. Oh, Battler. If only I'd applied for the position of Maria Carrier. Then I would have gotten a chance to have Shannon Chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm.
そんなつもりじゃないよ。誤解だよ。
That's not why I did it. It's a misunderstanding. Will Battler ever stop being horny? Find out next time on Umineko Z.
そうしないとジョージ様が濡れてしまうと思いまして。
I thought that if I didn't walk like this, George-sama would get all wet.
ほーら、バカなこと言ってないで入るぜ。
Come on, quit babbling and go in. After being urged by Jessica, we folded our umbrellas and went into the guest house.
お召し物を濡らしてしまった方はいらっしゃいませんか？タオルを用意いたしますが。
Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you want.
そこまで気を使わなくていいぜ。ありがとよ、シャノンちゃん。
You don't need to worry about us that much. Thanks, Shannon-chan.
そうだ。僕たちはこれからトランプでもして少し遊ばないかって話なんだけど、よかったら少し一緒しないかい？
Oh, that's right. We were planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit?
あれ？今日のシフト、深夜勤は誰になってんだ？
Huh? Who had the night shift on today's schedule?
親族会議中は特別シフトになってたと思いました。少し変更も出てるみたいなので、ちょっと確認してきます。
I believe we had a special set schedule during the family conference. Also, I think a few alterations have been made, so I will go and check.
ああ、わざわざ屋敷に戻らないとわからないんなら無理に。
Wait, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself. I mean, Battler, she sort of has to know she's working there. She's doing her job. So if she's on the night shift by chance, she sort of has to go check and make sure.
大丈夫です。ゲストハウスの使用人室でわかりますので、ちょっと失礼しますね。
Oh, that's all right. I can find out from the servant room in the guest house. please excuse me for a short while? Shannon-chan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply. There was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something.
あれカノン君源氏様までこちらに。今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか。
Oh, Kanon-kun. And you're here too, Genji-sama. What has happened with tonight's shift?
クラウス様の命令があってね。シフトの大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
Kraus-sama has given an order. He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule.
ゴーダがお屋敷の深夜勤に変更になった。シャノンとカノンはゲストハウスの深夜勤。私と熊沢はゲストハウスに泊まるようにとのご命令だ。
Indeed. Yoda-san now has the night shift in the mansion. Shannon and Cannon have the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house.
お前も今夜はこのままこちらにとどまるよう。たった今電話があった。
Just now, a phone call came, saying that once you arrived, you were also to remain here for the rest of the night.
ずいぶん大掛かりな変更ですね。お屋敷とゲストハウスの当番がまるっきり逆になってるじゃないですか。
Huh? That certainly is a sizable change. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Originally, Shannon and Cannon had been assigned the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
多分ベアトリーチェ様の手紙のせいだろうね。
Probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter.
多分ってどうして？
Why probably?
あんな怪しげな手紙が現れたらクラウス様が僕たちを疑うのは当然だからね。
After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Kraus-sama would suspect one of us.
親方様直属の僕たちを極力親族会議の席から遠ざけたかったんだろうよ。
We served directly under the master, so Kraus-sama tried as best he could to keep us far away from the family conference. Genji, Shannon, and Cannon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust it had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, a mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion.
ではすまんが、私は向こうでくつろがせてもらう。 もし何かあったらすぐに呼ぶように。今夜のお客様は特別だ。
If you would excuse me, I will go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our guest tonight is a special case, after all. Oh? A special case is highlighted. I mean, I guess he's talking about Beatrice?
はい、かしこまりました。源氏様。
Yes, certainly, Genji-sama. Genji nodded back, went behind a screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension.
今お戻りになられたのはお子様方。
The ones who returned, or the ones who had just returned right now. Let me try that again. The ones who just returned now, were they the children?
親族の方々はお屋敷で会議を。だいぶ長引きそうな雰囲気だったかな。
Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like it would drag on for quite some time.
なら気楽だね。これ以上の深夜になって、しかもこの天気。多分、親族の皆さんはお屋敷の方のお部屋にお泊まりさ。
And we've got it easy. It's already this late, and there's this weather. The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion.
多分ね。源氏様がいないから言うけど、ゲストハウス行きになってちょっと嬉しかったかな。
Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around. But I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess.
どうしてだい？意地悪な奥様やエヴァ様から離れられたから？それとも別の理由があるのかい？
Oh? Why is that? Because you can stay away from Madame and Eva-sama, those bullies? Or do you have another reason?
別の理由なんかありません。
It's not as though I have another reason.
そっか。なら、二人で深夜勤を頑張ろう。よろしく、姉さん。
I see. Then let's do our best together with our night shift. Counting on you, Nei-san.
私、ついさっきお子様方にお部屋で遊ばないかとお呼ばれしてて。
Just now I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Cannon uncertainly. Cannon didn't try to meet her eyes, and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
ダメだよ。深夜勤仰せつかってる。それに、僕たち家具には遊びのお誘いは必要ない。
You can't. You were assigned the night shift. Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play.
わかるね。
You understand, right?
そんなこと分かってます。
Yes, I do understand. Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Cannon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
なら、お子様方お待たせしてしまってるね。深夜勤に当たってしまったから、ご一緒できないと謝ってこなきゃ。
That means the children will be waiting for you. You'll have to apologize and tell them that you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them.
行ってきなよ。
Go and come back.
私、謝ってくるね。
Huh. Yes. I'll go apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change, and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Cannon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen.
カノン、私がここにいるから、お前も行くといい。
Cannon, I will be here, so you can go too.
源氏様、誘われたのはシャノンだけです。僕は別に誘われては。
Genji-sama. Shannon was the only one called. It's not as though I was invited.
その場にいなかったから、お声をかけられなかっただけだ。
Is it? I just noticed. It says Ronoe Genji. Yeah, Genji. He doesn't usually list his last name. Is that because it's representing that he's just chilling right now? Like he's off duty? So he can just be himself?
言えばお前も誘われている。たまには子供らしく遊んでくるといい。
That is only because you were not there at the time. If you had been, you would have been invited as well. It is good to play as a child from time to time.
いえ、僕には必要ない行為です。人の子には遊びも必要でしょうが、僕らは家具ですから。
No, such a thing is not necessary for me. Human children may have a need to play, but we are furniture.
そうか。
Is that so?
姉さんだって家具です。人のふりをしたって後で苦しむだけなのに、僕はそれが分かっているから人に近づきたくないだけなんです。
Neisan is also furniture. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people. That's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Cannon as well.
そりゃ本当かよ。そりゃ知らなかったぜ。
Is that for real? I had no clue.
バカ、声が大きいぜ。マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
Dumbass, you're too loud. You'll wake Maria up. Battler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice.
あ、いや、しかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな。
Still, seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they?
なるほどな。ジョージの兄貴がな。
Ah, now I see. So George Aniki is... George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back and get it. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together.
いや、昔からそれっぽい気配はあったんだぜ。好きなものを聞いてきたり、 趣味を聞いてきたりさ。単に関心を持つだけにしてはどうもなんて思ってたらよ。
Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while now. You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things. I always thought it was a bit much for passing interest. And look what happens now, or look what's happened now.
そういや、昔っから上司の兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ。なるほどな。
Come to think of it, I get the feeling George Aniki's always been overly nice to Shannon-chan. Now I get it. He's in love.
Oh. 天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。明日いっぱいも止まないらしいけど、もう少しマシになるそうだよ。
According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight. It also seems it'll last all day tomorrow, so it should get a little better.
そうですか。では、あさってまでは船は来られないかもしれませんね。ジョージ様の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です。
Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday.
台風が来ていることは知っていたからね。万一に備えて月曜日には予定を入れなかったから大丈夫さ。
I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay.
こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが、やがては会社を起こされる方はしっかりしていますね。
It's no surprise you're so well prepared. As someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Ah, nice and peaceful.
やっぱり会社を起こすというのは大変だね。お金とかそういうのだけじゃないものがとても大事だって父さんのところで勉強していてわかるよ。
Well, making a company prosper is really a tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when studying under my father.
会社を起こすということは城を持ち部下を率いるということ。
Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates.
うちの父さんは秀吉って名前だけあって戦国武将のエピソードがとても好きでね。
My dad really loves reading about the great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name.
会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。知ってるかい？戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も最初は部下たちの結束がバラバラで統率力をまるで発揮できなかったんだそうだよ。
Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shingen, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring periods, started out with his troops in complete disarray and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well.
そうなんですか？なんだか意外ですね。
Is that true? That's a little unexpected.
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮してるんだよ。例えば戦場で武功を立てた部下に対しすぐその場で褒章を与えたり。
In order to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal.
普通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。
Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once.
それを戦場の本陣の中にいながらまめにやり続け、部下の武功を素早く評価し、やる気につなげたというのは非常に大きいことだよ。
He continued this diligently while on the field of battle, and immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant fashion.
それから部下が病気で伏せった時には誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞いをしたとかね。武田信玄は戦国最強の騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない。
Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so on. Takeda Shingen wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period.
戦国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the warring period.
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんですね。
And because he was that kind of person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue.
確かに資本主義の世界ではお金は力で石垣の高さでもある。でもね、戦も城も自分一人じゃ成り立たない。
Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. But you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself.
大勢の部下に支えられ、その力を借りて初めて成立するものなんだよ。
Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates, by borrowing their strength.
それを理解してから父さんの背中を見ると、自分がいかに未熟で。
Such things can only be accomplished with support of many subordinates, by borrowing their strength. After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am.
父さんがどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかがよくわかるんだ。
I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now.
ジョージ様はお父様のことをとても尊敬されているんですね。羨ましいです。
George-sama, you truly look up to your father. I'm jealous.
あ、ごめん。別にそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
Sorry, that's not how I meant it.
すみません。私も別にそういう意味で言ったつもりは。
I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it either. Two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo, called the Fukuin House. Shannon had no parents. She just appeared one day. She blorped into existence. I don't know. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character On in them while they served. So Shannon wasn't her real name. same went for Kanon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least, they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their family, as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Kanon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ？だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい？
You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now.
どうでしょう。別に私、買いたいものも特にありませんし、ほんの何百万かあったって、それで残りの人生を過ごせるわけもありませんし。
I wonder. It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy. After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live off for the rest of your life.
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい？
So the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum?
そうですね。私はこのお屋敷以外に行くあてもありませんし、お嬢様とも他の使用人の子たちとも仲良くやれてますし。
Yes, that's right. I have nowhere to go outside this mansion. And I've been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants.
奥様には時折お叱りを受けますけど、バラの世話やお屋敷のお掃除も楽しいですし。
The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun.
でもそれはシャノンちゃんのサヨちゃんの人生じゃない。
But that can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan. No, Sayo-chan. Shannon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し、社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。子供の頃、僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くないんだ。
There's something I've learned as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society. A human's life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids. All school-aged kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in carefree laziness without anything interesting happening till it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
君の人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。君は自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いしてるんじゃないかな。
So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon. I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever.
それは
That's... Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle, and since she never had any hopes or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected.
ジョージ様、私はこのままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
George-sama, is it wrong for me to continue living this way?
いけないよ。あ、それから今、ルール違反が一つあったね。
Yeah, it is. Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Or mischievous. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed.
僕たちしかいないときは、様はなしの約束だよ。
Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone?
約束では聞けません。ですが、ご命令でしたら聞かないわけにはいきません。私は家具ですから。
I couldn't obey that as a promise, but if it was an order, I would have to obey it, because I'm furniture.
じゃあ、命令だよ。
Then it's an order.
はい。かしこまりました。ジョージさん。
Yes. Certainly, George-san. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with San.
うん。それでいいよ、さよちゃん。
Yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan. George smiled at Shannon. No, Sayo. To praise her small act of bravery. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. Aww.
そうだ。君に見せたいものがあって。
That's right. I have something I wanted to show you.
なんでしょうか。
What could it be? George, who'd been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box. A small box covered in deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take.
これを君に受け取ってほしいんだ。
I want you to take this.
このような高価なものは、お受け取りできません。
I couldn't accept something so valuable.
受け取れない。
You can't take it?
いえ、こんなもの、私には、過ぎていて。
No, I'm unworthy of such a thing.
さよ、これはお願いじゃない。命令だよ。この指輪を受け取って、ね。
Sayu, this isn't a request. It's an order. Take this ring, okay? So beautiful. Be a shame if anything happened. Oh boy. But also, I gotta say though, it feels a little weird. Like, I order you to take this ring. Like, I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, it just feels wrong that he has to order her to take the ring. If it's an order, I cannot disobey.
そうだね。いい子だよ。
Yeah, that's right. Well done. Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object, meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayu's own will.
だから、ここからはもう命令じゃない。さよ、明日までに言葉でない形で返事がもらいたい。わかるね。
So, from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore. Sayo, I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow, without using words. Do you understand? Okay, so that gets rid of a little bit of the awkwardness.
どうすれば。
How should I...
もうこれ以上は命令じゃないから、僕は君に命令はしない。でも、指輪は指にするものだからね。気に入ってくれたなら、好きな指につけてくれればいい。
I won't order... excuse me. I won't order you any further. So this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger, after all. If you like it, you can just put it on any finger you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She had already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
もうこんな時間だね。今夜はこれくらいにしよう。
Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly.
君に左手につけてほしいと命令することもできるかもしれない。君も命令されればそれに従えるという臆病な甘えがあるかもしれない。でも最後のここだけは君のさよの意志でしてもらいたいんだ。
I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand. You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order. But I want this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo.
わかるね。
Understand?
はい。
Yes.
だからそれが命令。今夜よく考えて、明日その返事を見せてほしい。
So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon.
そろそろゲストハウスに戻ろうか。これ以上遅いとみんなを心配させちゃうよ。
We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worry about us.
あ、すみません。私、そのお屋敷に用を思い出しまして、そのお屋敷へ行かねばなりません。
Oh, I'm sorry, I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so, I have to go back to the mansion.
こんな時間に？
Wait a minute, did it stop raining?
本当かな？
At a time like this? Is that true? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it. It did not stop raining. It's now 11 p.m. Okay. I need to take a short break here and a quick phone call. I don't think I heard Mom come back yet. So I want to give her a call, make sure everything's okay. And I might have to take the dog out. So I might be a few minutes. And then we will continue with the story. Alright, I am back. All is well. Of course, as soon as I go to give her a call, Mom gets back. I just helped her bring a few things in, then I went to use the bathroom, so we are good to continue. Okay. Shannon entered... There we go. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of exaltation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Yoda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come. But when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle of it as if nothing had happened.
源氏様より郷田さんのお手伝いにつくように言われてまいりました。
Genji-sama told me to come and help you.
ああ、そうですか。それは助かります。そろそろ戸締まりの見回りに行きたかったのですが、ここを開けてもいいものか困っていたのです。
Ah, is that so? That's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned.
何しろ、旦那様方の会合はまだだいぶ続きそうですからね。いつ何時お茶のご用命があるかもわかりませんし。
After all, Kraus-sama and the others' meeting looked as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment.
そうですよね。ではどうしましょうか。私が留守番を。
That's true. Then what shall we do? Should I watch over?
ではシャノンさん、申し訳ありませんが、お屋敷内の見回りをお願いします。私はここで親族の皆さんのご用命の待機をしておりますので。
In that case, forgive me, Shannon-san. Shannon-san, but I'll ask that you patrol the mansion. I will stay here, awaiting the family's orders. Yeah, shove all the work onto Shannon.
はい。
Yes. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. She began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion, until yet another person interrupted. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. That's generally how it seeps out. She'd been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokkenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one had been in the habit of locking up the Ushiromiya head family. Not, or at least not until Natsuki had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. That time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. Must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story, which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushiromiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Kanon-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it, I refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Okay. Yep, that's rain. And this is a hallway. And that's a portrait of Beatrice. Oh. Is that the clock striking midnight? Achievement unlocked. 24 o'clock. Oh? Now 6 a.m.? Hmm. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing.
やはり今日いっぱいはやみそうにないか。
It seems it will last all day after all.
お待たせしました、源氏様。
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Cannon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relative's stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Cannon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Cannon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up, and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. Ushiromiya Family Mansion was the only thing on Rokkenjima. Though in the past, they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Matsui had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Cannon, so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
では、朝の仕事を始めよう。
Well then, let us begin the morning chores.
はい。
Yes, sir. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it were still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Cannon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a bit more like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking.
おはようございます。
Good morning. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready. But Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold, without any trace of a fire being lit. So of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Cannon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear that characteristic sound of a dial tone. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine, breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. Ah, my eyes! How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsui's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. Natsui, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace. But when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsui's face. He was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about how Kinzo stayed locked up in his room and refused to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsui gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsui had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful.
ジェシカのおかげで少しはゆっくり眠れたということかしら。
I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsui remembered. That's right. Last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsui opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsui had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror are about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsuhi returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room.
Hi.
Yes?
おはようございます、奥様。源氏でございます。早朝から申し訳ございません。
Good morning, madam. It is Genji. My apologies for waking you so early.
今行きます。何事ですか？
I'm coming now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight that had been made while preparing breakfast. Something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsuhi took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsuhi tentatively responded.
おはようございます。何かありましたか？
Good morning. Did something happen?
申し訳ございません。昨夜の落雷で電話機器に故障が出たようです。内線電話が不通になっておりますもので、直接のお伺いになってしまったことをお許しください。
Oh, I just noticed Genji's name, or Genji has his full name here as well. I thought it was just Genji before. I don't know if I'm just forgetting or what. I thought that since they put his last name there, that meant something special, but maybe not. Maybe I am the derp. My apologies. It would seem that the telephones have broken down due to the lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly.
内線電話が普通？それは面倒になりましたね。修理は可能ですか？
The extension telephone isn't working. That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix it?
残念ながら故障箇所がわかりません。後で業者を呼んで修理させたいと思います。
I'm afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it.
ということは、この台風が過ぎるまでは修理不能ということですか？
Ah, yes, Natsui's headache starting early.
つまり、客人たちの滞在中はずっと普通ということですね。
Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? And it will remain broken down for the duration of our guest's stay.
客人たちのお世話に支障は？
Will that hamper our efforts to take care of our guests?
出ないよう最善を尽くします。
We will do all that we can to ensure there are no problems.
結構です。粗相のないようよろしく頼みます。
Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuhi let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. Natsuhi gave her head a light shake.
朝食の準備は順調ですか?
Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well?
それがゴーダの姿が見えません。朝食の支度もまだ行われておらず。
As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out.
何ですって?
What did you just say? Panic! Natsuhi was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuhi put her hand to her forehead and shook her head.
大方朝寝坊でもしているのでしょう。とにかく、誰でもいいから急いで朝食の準備を。
Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. What? Natsuhi exited the hall, or into the hall, and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish-black liquid and scratched at the door around the doorknob. It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they'd tried to force the door with bloody hands.
これは悪趣味な。
What sort of prank is this? How awful.
私も今ここにお伺いして初めて気づきました。後ほど清掃いたします。
I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later.
大方、趣味の悪い客人の冗談でしょう。不愉快です。実に不愉快です。
Perhaps this is a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsuhi had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she were making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsuhi gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. When Natsuhi and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there.
おはようございます、皆さん。
Good morning, everyone.
おはよう、夏日さん。朝食も合田さんが作るっちゅう話やないか。朝から胃袋が大喜びで騒ぎっぱなしなんや。
Morning, Natsuhi-san. I heard Goto would be making us breakfast too. Or, yeah, making us breakfast too. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up.
本家の楽しみは食事くらいがせいぜいですものね。
After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household.
エヴァさんも朝からご機嫌がよろしいようで何よりです。
I'm pleased to see that you two are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san. With a weary expression, Natsuhi returned Ava's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Cannon jogged in. After bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice.
カノン、ゴーダはまだ見つからないのですか？
Cannon, have you still not found Goda?
申し訳ございません、奥様。お屋敷内もゲストハウスも回ったのですが、まだ。
My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but I still haven't found him.
一体どこへ行ったというのです。とりあえず今はゴーダより朝食の準備が先決です。至急対応しなさい。
Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. See to it immediately.
はい。
Yes. Cannon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the words should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself.
奥様、ゴーダだけではありません。旦那様の姿もありません。
Madam, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found.
主人が？
My husband?
はい。奥様より先に旦那様に朝食の準備がないことをご報告しようと思い、それから旦那様だけではありません。
Yes. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him that breakfast wasn't being prepared. But I did not find him there. Excuse me. Furthermore, he is not the only one missing.
ルドルフ様ご夫妻とローザ様のお姿もありません。
Rudolph-sama, his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found.
ゲストハウスにも？屋敷にもですか？
Not in the guest house? Nor the mansion?
はい。ゲストハウスの部屋にもおられません。
Yes. They were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When she'd heard that Goda alone was missing, she'd assumed that he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she'd learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Could last night's family conference have continued all night, up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Goda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. She remembered the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on.
大方、庭園のどこか、あるいは海岸の方で相も変わらず遺産の話を繰り返しているのでしょう。とにかくゴーダを呼び戻さなくてはいつまでも朝食の準備が整いません。
Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe on the beach. At any rate, if we don't call Goda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast.
ってことはなんや、兄さんたちの話し合いはまだ続いとるんか。
What are you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion? He had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuki and managed to grasp the situation.
兄さんもルドルフもタフね。ローザの場合は若さかしら。私たち、夕べの24時過ぎにはもう眠くてベッドに戻らせてもらったんだけど、確かにあの時点でも、まだ兄さんたちは熱論を交わしてたわ。
Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rhoda's case. Rosa. In Rosa's case. Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Though I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point.
男って、熱くなると嫌ね。
Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsuki snorted, her face still blank.
カノン、表を探してらっしゃい。ゴーダを見つけたら、すぐに戻って朝食の準備をするよう伝えなさい。
Anon, search outside. You find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
夏日姉さん、表とは限らないわよ。お父様の書斎ってことはないかしら？
Natsui-ne-san, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study?
なるほど。考えられん話やないで。どういう話の流れかはわからんが、お父さんの主催に場所を移して、お父さんにも混じってもらって議論を続けてるっちゅう可能性は十分あるやろ。
I see. That's certainly possible. I don't know what path their conversation took, but there's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study and let him in on the discussion.
そのような汚らわしい話題を好んで、お父様が書斎へ招き入れることなど考えられません。
I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study.
あらそう。じゃあ仕方ないわね。源氏さんとカノン君は申し訳ないけど、外を探してきてちょうだい。確かに兄さんなら、頭を冷やすために外を散歩しようなんて言い出しても不思議はないわ。
You really think so? Well then, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but could you search outside? It wouldn't be strange for Nissan to suggest they go outside for a walk to cool their heads.
たとえこんな天気でもね。
Even in this weather.
私はお父様の書斎に行ってくるわ。ひょっとするとそこにいるかもしれないしね。
I'll go to Father's study. Who knows? They might actually be there after all.
客人であるエヴァさんにそこまでのご足労はおかけできません。私が行ってきます。朝のご挨拶も兼ねて。
Eva-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself so. I will go. I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it.
あら、じゃあお願いするわね。でも、朝の挨拶を交わしてくれるかは疑わしいわね。夏日姉さんってお父様とは仲よろしかったかしら？
Oh, then I'll leave it in your hands. Though I somehow doubt he'll return your greeting. Natsui-ne-san, have you always been on such good terms with Father?
仲が良いかは分かりかねますが、後宮家の跡継ぎの妻を許されるだけの信頼を得ていると確信しています。
I don't know whether you could call it that, but I am sure that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor to the Ushiromiya family.
なら、きっと返事くらいはしてくれるわね。お父様とは朝食くらいご一緒したいの。ぜひ降りてきてくださるよう説得してくれないかしら？
Then I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right? I'd like to at least have breakfast with Father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us?
私たちはすっ かり嫌われちゃってるみたいだけど、そこまで信頼を得ている夏日姉さんの言うことなら聞いてくれそうですもの。
It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much. Ava, can you not pull this kind of thing, like, immediately in the morning? Hey there, Yum Antimatter. How's it going?
そこまで短歌を切ってお父様を説得できず、一人で降りてきちゃったりしたら、信頼を得ているなんて二度と言えないかもね。
After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince Father and come down alone, then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. Really, Ava? Why you gotta be like this? Ava cannot not. This is how she operates. Yeah. That's just how Ava rolls.
自信はありませんが、努力はします。
I'm not confident, but I will try. Natsuki responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Yeah, the farther we get, the more I dislike Ava, and the more I like Natsuki. Well, not necessarily like Natsuki, but I feel more sympathy for her. Ava was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuki wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. But even so, Natsuki would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Ava go instead. Ava's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuki clench her fists slightly. When Genji realized this, he spoke softly to her over her shoulder.
奥様、よろしければこれをお持ちください。
Madam, please take this, if you would.
それは?
And this is... Genji handed Natsuki a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door.
でもこの鍵を使ったら、あなたも咎めを受けるのではありませんか?
But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame?
親方様は深くお休みになられている時、扉を叩く。それに親方様にお部屋を出ていただくよう説得するには、扉越しでは難しゅうございましょう。
But why does he... When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice. And it would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if you must talk through the door. Okay, but why is Genji giving her the key now? Like, what made him want to give her the key now? Please use this. I mean, he's trusted by Kinzo to not let other people in, basically. Why would he break that trust now?
Genji.
Until now, Natsuki had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her, since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, Genji had already turned his back on her, and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering.
じゃあ、お父様を必ず連れてきてね。息子のかわいい嫁の言うことですもの。きっと聞いてくれるわよ。
Well then, you must bring father with you, okay? After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. Somebody needs to smack Ava. For a nice hearty smack. In the face. With a chair.
私たちは客人だから、ここでのんびりくつろがせてもらうわ。
We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure.
予算かえば口が過ぎるで。すまんが夏日姉さん、お父さんのことをよろしく頼むわ。
Wait it, Ava. You're taking this too far. Sorry, Natsuine-san, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsui forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Yeah, Hideyoshi... I know we had... I know I was talking to somebody about... like, how he sort of sides with Ava a lot. I would say he doesn't really side with Ava as much as he doesn't push back against her as much. Like, I think he tries to be neutral too much. I think that's his problem. Like, he tries not to offend either party. And basically, yeah, he doesn't help anything. After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anybody was going to wake up early. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousins' room. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what happened. After that, she realized her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Man, I feel Maria. You ever been the youngest at a sleepover and just you wake up first and you don't know what to do? I feel that. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy. But now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Wake up! Oh my, Maria, please no. Don't be that person.
うわなんだなんだ
But it's too late.
敵襲か回せ
What? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them! After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to George Aniki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening.
ありがとう、マリアちゃん。起こしてくれたんだね。僕たちは夕べが遅かったから寝坊しちゃったのを起こしてくれたんだね。でも、もう少しだけ起こし方を優しくしてくれると完璧だったかな。
Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. You stopped us from from sleeping in after that late night. If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it.
ジョージ兄さんは本当に大人だよ。尊敬するぜ。
George Nissan, you really are an adult. I respect that. This man is chill to the max.
もうすぐ7時なんだな。ま、確かにもう起きてもいい頃だぜ。
Oops. Yeah, Battler was like, it'll be 7 soon. Oh, it's not really a bad time to wake up. Mama's not here.
ローザおばさんが部屋にいなかったの？もう起きてお屋敷の方に行っちゃったのかな？
Aunt Rosa? She wasn't in her room? I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. Hello? Did she not have a room in the mansion? Like, I thought she wasn't coming back to the guest house. I thought she was gonna stay at the mansion. I thought all the adults were staying at the mansion. Or maybe they hadn't decided yet, I don't know. Not here. Maria kept groaning, ooh, ooh, and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here.
どうせ朝食に行くことになるんだし、屋敷の方に行こうぜ。
Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion.
そうだな。マリア、一緒に屋敷へ行こうぜ。きっとローザおばさんもそこさ。
That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too.
ママはお屋敷なら行く。
Mama's in the mansion? Then I'll go there.
そうだね。お屋敷に行こうか。多分、親たちはもう向こうに行ってるんだよ。
Yeah, guess we should go to the mansion. Our parents have probably already gone there. Maria regained her usual composure so completely. Her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door. But there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still. I could not wake him. If he went back downstairs and said something like that, Ava would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Ava aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsuhi readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door. Ah, the light. It blinds me. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuhi entered the room quietly. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window.
お目覚めでしたか。おはようございます。
So you're awake. Good morning.
どうやって入ったのか。
How did you get in? Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Natsuhi was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsuhi wasn't able to relax.
申し訳ございませんでした。源氏さんにお願いして、書斎の鍵をお借りさせていただきました。
My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san, and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study.
ほう、源氏がか。我が友がそれに足ると思ったならば、話を聞かぬわけにもいくまい。して、私に何用か。
Oh, Genji did? If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me?
はい。もうじき朝食の準備が整いますが、ぜひお父様にもおいでいただきたく思いまして。
Well, breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate if you would join us.
朝食はここでとる。いつものように運ばせるがいい。
I will eat here. Have it brought here like always.
しかしお父様、年に一度の親族会議です。せめてお顔をお見せになってください。
But father, this family conference happens only once a year. Please, at least let them see your face.
下に降りて、私の死後、遺産をどのように食いちぎるのかを決める議論に加われというのか。バカらしい。そのような話は私を抜きで好きに進めるがいい。
Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? How foolish. Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me.
そしてそれが親族会議だというなら、私がこの部屋を出るほどの価値はない。私は忙しいのだ。構うでない。
And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsuhi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring down his wrath upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Ava's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuhi could do.
そうですか。わかりました。みんな残念がるでしょうが、 そう伝えます。
Is that so? Understood. I'm sure everyone will be sorry. Oh, I'm sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, felt like it came from an entirely different person.
夏日、後ろ宮の家に嫁ぎ、もう随分になるな。
Natsui, it has been quite some time since you married into the Ushiromiya family.
はい。後宮を名乗ることを許されてから、もう随分になります。
Yes. It has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushiromiya.
前の家が恋しくなることもあるか。
Do you sometimes long for your previous family?
いいえ。嫁ぐとは、生家を捨てることです。私は後宮夏日。帰る家も、懐かしむ家も、すべてはこの後宮の家のみです。
No. Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya family is the only family I can come home to. The only one I am fond of. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain.
クラウスが女で、お前がその夫であったなら、いや、それは言うまい。
If Kraus were a woman, and you his husband. No, I won't say that.
それは、どういう意味ですか、お父様。
What do you mean by that, father? Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all that she'd suffered up to that point.
忘れよ。年寄りのざれ言だ。
Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man. Kinzo once again faced away from her. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. He'd told her to forget it, but Natsui couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart.
お父様、この夏日は血はつながらずともお父様の娘です。後宮家の名誉も栄光も、そしてお父様が残されたものもすべて、この夏日が必ずや守ってみせますから。
Father, even though I, Natsui, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected.
お前に片翼のわしをまとう資格はない。しかし、お前の心には確かに片翼のわしが刻まれている。ならばお前は間違いなく我が血族で後宮家の栄光を引き継ぐものだ。
You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family.
お前の衣服にわしがないことを嘲笑う者もいよう。しかし、それに耳を貸すことはない。心にわしを持つ者だけが真の私の血族なのだ。
Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes, but such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives.
お前を後ろ宮家に迎えられたことを今は光栄に思っている。
I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo not being a crazy asshole, take a photo. And I gotta say, like, this is actually quite touching. Like, Natsuhi just wants to be validated. And Kinzo is being nice for once. Or, well, I mean, he's had a few times where he's nice, but he's not very nice to most people. But, like, that little bit of kindness and Natsuhi finally getting some validation, and the music, of course. The music really makes the mood. When it all comes together, it's quite touching. Yeah. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up in her, or inside her, that she hadn't felt since long ago, when she had just been a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room.
Ara, ちょうどいいタイミングだったわね。お父様の様子はどう？あんまり遅いから様子を見に来ちゃったのよ。
Ah, good timing. How is father? You were taking so long, so I came to check. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Ava climbing the stairs, and their eyes met. Ava was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory.
お父様は親族会議にはおいでにならないそうです。汚らわしい議題に関心はないと仰せです。
Father said he would not join in on the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters.
とかなんとか言っちゃって。お父様を説得できなかったんなら素直にそう言えばいいじゃない。
I figured you'd say something like that. If you failed to persuade father, just say so.
哀れですね。お父様が嘆かれるお気持ちも分かろうというものです。
How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why father lamented so.
それはどういう意味よ。
What do you mean by that? Get wrecked, Ava. Get wrecked. Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Ava her back as she headed down the stairs. Whoa. Oh yes. That feels good. Natsuhi the Giga Chad. Ava finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and follow after Natsuhi.
それで兄さんたちはいたの？
So, were Nissan and the rest there?
お父様に聞いたの？
Did you ask father about them?
聞きそびれましたが、書斎の中にはいませんでした。お父様が夫たちの下船な話のために入室を許すこともありえませんから、行き先を知ることもないでしょう。
I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went.
下に降りて使用人たちが探してくれるのを待ちましょう。朝食は遅れますが、お茶でもいかがです、エヴァさん。
Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Eva-san?
別に結構よ。
That would be fine. Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsui's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsui back to the parlor. That felt good. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsui had returned.
主人たちはまだ見つからないのですか？
You still have not found my husband and the rest?
はい。申し訳ございません。あと、熊沢が朝食の準備に入りました。もう少し時間をいただきたいとのことです。
Yes, my apologies. Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast. She said that she will need just a little longer. Clock read a little past 8. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
今、カノンが表を探しています。それから、シャノンの姿も見えません。
Shannon is now searching outside. Also, no one has seen Shannon either.
シャノンまで？まったく、主人は何を従えて散歩に出かけたのですか？
Even Shannon's missing? Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to truly feel unpleasant. As though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least, that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. Quite a large number, huh? Yeah. Must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing toward them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing who it was, or who it belonged to, that it was probably Cannon, not Kraus and the rest.
奥様、失礼します。
Madam, excuse me.
その様子では見つけられなかったようですね。
Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them.
申し訳ございません。まだ。
My apologies. I still haven't.
もう十分です。ご苦労をかけました。
That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on the island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search.
私はお客様方にお茶のご用意をしに厨房へ行きます。二人とも早朝からご苦労様でした。
I will go to the kitchen and prepare some tea for all of the guests. Thanks to both of you for all of your hard work, so early in the morning. Natsuhi left the parlor, acting as though the release in tension has caused a new surge in her headache. Kanon tried to call her back, but Natsuhi left swiftly.
どうした？まだ何かあるのか？
What is it? Was there something else?
はい。旦那様方のお姿を見つけることはできませんでしたが、その...
Yes. I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but, well... Kanon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They'd probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior.
どうしたんや、カノン君。クラウス兄さんたちは見つかったんか？
What's going on, Kanon-kun? Did you find Kraus-Nissan and everyone else?
実はバラ庭園の倉庫の様子がおかしいのです。
Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looked strange.
様子がおかしい。というのはどういう意味だ？
What do you mean it looked strange?
それが、何と説明すればいいのか。
It was, how should I explain it? Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Eva and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
どういうこと？倉庫の中に兄さんたちがいたんじゃないの？
What do you mean? Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse?
いえ、中はこれから調べます。その鍵を取りに戻ったところなのですが、
No, I'm going to inspect the inside now. I just now came back to get the key, but,
ようわからんが、とにかく中を調べればいいだけの話じゃないか。その倉庫の鍵はどこにあるんや？
I don't really get it, but it sounds like we've just got to look around inside it. Where's the key to that storehouse?
使用人室にあります。すぐに中を確かめましょう。
It is in the servant room. Let us check inside the storehouse at once. Kanon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Kanon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. It was quite an old shed, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the rose garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji.
カノン君たちは早いな。わしは心臓が爆発しそうや。
You two sure are fast. I thought my heart was gonna explode.
こんなところに倉庫なんか建ててたのね。
I never...
何よそれ
I never knew that they had a storehouse way over here. But... what is that? When Eva looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger, and was likewise too shocked to speak. Sure it's all fine in there? Yeah, I mean, it's just a storehouse. What, did somebody spill some cement? The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter. And there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it, was something that looked like a strange, dark red liquid? Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Damn kids spraying ketchup all over the storehouse again. Yeah. Get off my lawn. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood. The shape seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters, or possibly symbols.
なんちゅう悪趣味な落書きや。これ、あれか？悪魔の儀式とかの魔法陣いうやつとちゃうか？
What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies? It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red, dripping substance.
これいつ書かれたの
When was this made?
昨日雨が降り出す前にここに来ましたが、その時には何も書かれてませんでした。
Last night, I came here before it started raining. There was nothing drawn here at that time.
他の方々の目に触れる前に何とかしよう。ご覧になられたらご不快になられるだろう。
We must do something before anyone else sees this. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort.
そうね。ただの倉庫小屋とはいえ、こんな気持ち悪い落書きを1秒たりとも放置したくないわ。
That's right. Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to.
倉庫の中に塗料もあります。応急処置でとりあえず塗り消して、後日 天気のいい日に改めて塗装しましょう。
There is some paint inside the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure, then repaint it again someday when the weather is good. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange, dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... right. He had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room.
カノン君、さっさとこの落書きを消して戻りましょう。たとえ倉庫とはいえ、実家の落書きは本当に腹立たしいわ。
Kanon-kun, let's remove this scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in. Doesn't sound like you're irritated, sounds like you're scared.
はい。すぐに済ませますので。
Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it immediately. Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. And back into the mansion. Thanks to a kids program they came across, Maria was feeling much better. Battler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on his sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of 4 that had just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached him.
Nanjo sensei, 申し訳ございません。至急お越しください。
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Please, come with me, quickly.
何事ですかな?
What is the matter? As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV. The two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the 3 of them dashed towards the entrance. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window.
なんだろう。源氏さんと南條先生と、あれは夏日おばさんかな。
What's that? Isn't that Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo and that's Aunt Natsui, isn't it?
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
What's up, Aniki?
何かあったのかな。ひどい慌てようだったね。
Maybe something happened. They looked terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance to the parlor, They also realized that something was the matter.
何か事故でもあったとか？
Could there have been some kind of accident? Of course something's the matter. Everything is matter. Sorry, I had to make that pun.
行ってみようぜ。俺たちだけのけ者なんて面白くねえしな。
Let's go check it out. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right? For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance. Is Beatrice matter too? Are you accepting her existence? I don't know.
行ってみようぜ。何があったか気になるぜ。
Let's check it out, okay? I'm worried something might have happened. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them.
おい、マリア。お前も来るか？それとも、テレビを見てるか？
Hey Maria, are you coming too? Or will you watch TV?
おお、マリアはテレビがいい。おお。
Wanna watch TV?
僕たちだけで行こう。マリアちゃん、すぐ戻るからね。テレビを見て待ってるんだよ。
Let's go on without her. Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay?
おお。
By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. Felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward.
ジェシカ、この先には何があるんだ？
Jessica, is there something over this way?
確か園芸道具なんかの倉庫があったはずだぜ。
I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something.
そんなところに一体何があるんだろうね。
What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuki was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuki, who had just left the mansion. The ones who'd left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people. There was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuki realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with arms spread wide.
来てはいけません。お屋敷へ戻っていなさい。
You mustn't come any closer. Go back to the mansion. But despite that, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuki was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was... Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouths as well. Eva spread her arms just like Natsuhi, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face.
ジョージ、みんなを連れて屋敷に帰っていなさい。早く、今すぐに。
George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly, right now. When Natsui spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Ava was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies. I'd seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't... But that suit, it's that old bastard's, isn't it? I get it. And that's Uncle Kraus. And Kyrie-san. And Aunt Rosa. Dad! Dad!
ダメよ、ジェシカ。入ってはダメ。見てはダメ。
You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look.
お父さん、お父さん。
死後硬直をほぼ全身に認められる。多分死後6時間以上は経過しとるだろう。損壊部位の状況を見る限り死後に破壊された可能性が高い。
Rigor mortis has set in across almost the entire body. Most likely, 6 hours or more have passed since death. As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after their deaths.
いや、めったなことは言えん。私は町医者だ。検視は専門外だ。
No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside my expertise. Yeah, raving at the murder scene.
ちゅうことは何や。殺しただけじゃ飽き足らず、さらにこんな無体なことをしたん言うんか。悪魔や、悪魔の所業や。
So what does this mean? Just killing them wasn't enough? So I had to do something like this? The devil. This here's the work of the devil. Aunt Natsui caught Jessica in her arms, and Aunt Ava caught George on a key. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there had been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed this, or to have this horrible, evil scene burned into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right here, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kyrie-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me. I can't even count them on one hand. Damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces had been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't even make after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or the noses were, but I could find their mouths, because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spent so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now.
Oyaji! てめえは絶対地獄行きだとは思ってたぜ。でもよ、ここまでじゃねえだろ。ここまでひでえ目に遭わされるほどの悪党じゃなかっただろうがよ。
Dad, I always thought you were going to hell, but still, not like this, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch that you should have to suffer so brutally.
だから、キリエさんもさ、こんな男と付き合うのはやめろって言ったんだ。あんたまでそこまでの目に遭わされる理由は何もねえじゃねえかよ。
Kirie-san, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this too.
顔がね。くそくそくそくそ。
They've got no faces. No faces. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
バトラさん、これ以上見てはいかん。こんな姿をお父さんもお母さんもあんたに見せたいわけがない。お父さんとお母さんのためにもこれ以上見てはいかん。
Rattler-san, you mustn't look anymore. There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them like this. For your mother and father's sakes, you mustn't look anymore.
死者ってのは安らかに眠る顔ってやつを拝ませてくれるんじゃねえのかよ。顔がねえんだよ。俺の親父とキリエさんの顔がねえんだよ。
Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right? They've got no faces. My dad and Kirie-san have no faces.
どういう顔して死んじまったのか。なんだよ俺は。親父たちのことを思い出すときはこのぐちゃぐちゃの化け物みてえな顔をいつも思い出せたのかよ。
I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. What's wrong with me? Will I have to see these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them?
そいつは最高だぜ。クソ親父のニヤニヤとした顔を思い出さなくていいんだからよ。最高だぜ最高だぜ。
That's just great. I didn't want to remember that old bastard's smug face anyway. Just great, just great.
でもよ、キリエさんの悪党じゃねえ。たまにはムカつくと思ったけどよ。ちょいとかっこいい俺の姉気分だったお人じゃねえかよ。
But why even Kirie-san's face? Kirie-san wasn't a crook. Sure, she ticked me off a bit now and then, but she was like a cool big sister to me.
こりゃねえよ。こんなのってねえよ。
This is wrong. This is all wrong.
クロスおじさんなんかまだマシじゃねえか。顔面じゃなくて側面だぜ。少なくとも顔半分は残ってるじゃねえかよ。
At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he? It's not his whole face, just the side. At least he's got half his face left, right? That's still better. That's still better. Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words.
よすんだ、バトラ君。もうよすんだ。もうよすんだ。
Stop it, Battler-kun. Just stop it. Just stop it.
兄貴、兄貴。
Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over.
"倒れているのはクラウスおじさん、ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさんにローザおばさん、ゴーダさんで5人。
Father, the ones lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie, and Aunt Rosa, and Goda-san. Just those 5, right?
いや、6人や。ここにもう一人おる。
No. There are 6 people. There's one more person over here. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects, in a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right.
じゃあ、お父さんの足元に倒れているのはシャノンなんだね。
So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it?
ああ、シャノンちゃんや。
Yes. It's Shannon-chan. George fell completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father. Yeah, this song is cheating. This is such an emotionally charged scene. And then they put this.
Shannon もクラウスおじさんたちと同じなのかな。
Is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others? Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi had denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state.
シャノンを見てもいいかな。
Can I look at Shannon?
いや、あかん。
No. You can't.
どうして？だって、もう二度とシャノンの顔を見られないんだよ。その、最後の顔。どうして見たらいけないんだよ。
Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right? So, why won't you let me see what her face looked like at the end?
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か。
The last time you met Shannon was yesterday, right? Yes.
そうか。そのシャノンちゃんは別れ際にお前にどんな顔を見せたんや。
I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
そうか。ならシャノンちゃんもその笑顔をお前に残したいと願うはずや。
I see. And I'm sure Shannon-chan would want you to would want to leave you with that smile in your memory. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, and if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation, while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman. How brutish. And there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes, as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same. Must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ、シャノンちゃんはきっとありがとう言ってるぞ。お前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。きっとお前が耐えてくれたこと感謝しとるで。
George, I'm sure Shannon-chan saying thank you. You must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state. I'm sure. She's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint.
わかってる。わかってるよ、父さん。わかってるよ。
I understand. I understand, Father. I understand. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply.
父さん、頼みがあるんだ。
Father, I have a request.
なんや。
Oh, it just makes it worse. I know what's coming up. What is it?
僕の代わりに見てほしいんだ。シャノンは指に指輪をつけてるかな。
I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger?
指輪？ちょいと見てみる。
A ring? Let me see. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Hannon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
ああ。あるで。こりゃダイヤの指輪や。クズダイヤとちゃう。なかなかの値打ちもんや。
Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring, with a valuable diamond. Must have been pretty expensive.
それはどっちの手のどの指にあるのかな。
And which hand? And which finger is it on?
と、左手の薬指や。そっか。シャノンちゃん、婚約しとったんか。
The ring finger of her left hand. I see. So Shannon was engaged.
ジョージ、あなた、まさか。
George, don't tell me you...
エヴァ、今はそんなん関係ないで。シャノンちゃんは男に将来を約束されとったんや。一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。
Oh, yeah. I'm a big softy. Oh, my. Oh, I'm gonna be in for a lot of pain, aren't I? Ava, that doesn't matter now. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan. A man promised her happiness for life. Who that man was isn't the issue here.
男にそこまで言わしめて、女の本懐やないか。いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。誰が渡したかも知らん。だが、それでも、シャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。そして、それを受け入れ、左の薬指に通したんや。
Being told that by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know when she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. However, even so, Shannon-chan took this ring. Then, she accepted it, and put it on her left ring finger.
指輪を送った男も、きっと喜んだんとちゃうか？
I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy. To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
そっか。ありがとう。父さん。
I see. Thank you, Father. George stood up. Traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one.
行こう。バトラー君、ジェシカちゃん。これ以上、僕たちがここにいると、大人の邪魔になる。
Let's go, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults.
そうだな。
You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time, to let her know that she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression, although she still couldn't smile.
バトラー、しっかり。
Battler, hang in there. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies.
すまねえな。がっつり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ。親父の野郎。普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに。ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって。笑ってやがれ。
Sorry. Crying like hell calmed me down. You bastard. Dad. I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just because you died.
仕方ねえだろ。親が死んだら泣くように遺伝子すり込まれちまってんだからよ。
Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Battler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one.
カノン、お前もこれ以上ここにいてはいけません。子供たちを連れてお屋敷に戻っていなさい。
Kanon, you mustn't remain here any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsuhi had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Kanon those orders.
奥様。
Yes, madam. Shannon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. And there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Shannon might have led the way. But now there was no distinction between Shannon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuhi started giving orders to Genji.
ケンジ、すぐに警察に連絡しなさい。台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうが、どうすればいいか指示を与えてくれるはずです。
Genji, contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next.
わかりました。防災用の無線機がありますので、それで連絡します。
Understood. There is an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them. When she heard that, Natsuhi remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police, receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait. And then the police arrived later that day and everything was fine. Yeah! And then Battler woke up and it was all a dream. The end. That's it. That's the story. Everything went well and everybody lived happily ever after.
ナチョ先生、もうこの場はどうしようもありませんか？
Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here?
残念ながら私には何もできませんな。
Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do.
わかりました。源氏、せめて主人たちの顔を何かで覆ってやることはできませんか？
Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something?
このような姿を晒すことは当人にとっても屈辱的でしょうから。
Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well.
はい。
Yes, ma'am. Genji picked up several dried-up towels from the inside of the storehouse. When Ava stopped him with a shrill voice.
ちょっとお待ちなさいよ。ここは犯行現場なんでしょ？なら変に手を加えちゃダメよ。私たちは混乱してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけど、それはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ。
Wait a second. Stop. This is the scene of a crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? Natsui glared at Ava, offended. Objectively speaking, Ava was right. Even so, she glared at Ava as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Ava had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Wait, it wasn't an accident? Like, they didn't just accidentally fall into the mulcher or something? Huh. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. Man, dealing with gardening tools must be dangerous work. Yeah, seriously. It took 6 of them, and none survived. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help them catch the detestable culprit.
私もエヴァさんに賛成ですな。警察が来るまでここは手をつけずにしておくべきです。
I agree with Ava-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything be.
奥様、いかがなさいますか？
What do you say, madam?
そうですね。わかりました。ここを閉ざしなさい。それから、念のため、ここに別の施錠をするように。
All right. Very well. Close it up. And just in case, we should put a different lock on it.
別の施錠？
A different lock?
ええ。ここに来た時、シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。ということは、シャッターの鍵を使い、犯人が施錠したということです。
Yes. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the culprit used the key to the shutter to lock it.
確かに通りや。
That makes sense.
じゃあここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
So, does that mean the key that opens this shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it?
警察に証拠として提出する価値はあるでしょうけど、カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。多分カノン君の指紋も付着しちゃってるわよ。
I'm sure it'll be worth submitting it to the police as evidence. The Canon-kun usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. It'll probably have Cannon's fingerprints on it.
そしてその鍵はさっき源氏さんに手渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。大した証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
Also, that key was handed Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare hands. It doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence.
それは不用心でした。申し訳ございません。
That was careless of me. My apologies.
源氏さん、この倉庫の鍵は他にもあるんか？
Genji-san, are there any other keys to this storehouse?
いいえ、この一つだけです。
No, only this one.
ということは、犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し、そして律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
So the culprit walked out of the servant room with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it? Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible. It was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. Okay. So, we're done with the sad. Now it's time for the wild accusations, right? When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it'll be found, so they can use that time to escape. Now it's big brain time. Yeah. The 6 weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. Time for the real-life mafia game? Oh boy. Whodunit? And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. That's how Mafia works. Oh, no.
とにかく一度は犯人が開け閉めをした施錠だけでは信用できません。犯人の手からもこの場所を保護する意味で施錠を新たにしたいと言っているのです。
Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hand, I think we should put a new lock on it.
いい案だと思います。私も賛成です。
I think that's a good plan. I agree. Man, you gotta... Yeah. It'd be very hard to... like, get 6 bodies to this place... within 6 hours. Like, they had to have the key. They had to have the strength to do all this stuff. And then move them here or whatever. They had to have time to, like, clean up stuff. Or they had to do it from far enough away that it wouldn't be easily found. Or the crime scene, that is. Then again, the rain could just wash stuff away, maybe. I don't know. They mutilated the faces. Drew graffiti on the door. Pretty elaborate graffiti of a magic circle. I think it was 2 magic circles. No, 1 magic circle. It was just there were 2 circles in the circle. Yeah, that's got to be cutting it close. I don't know if one person would be able to do that. Besides, you gotta take the people by surprise. It's not like one person could beat 6 people. Who's the prime suspect? Well, assuming that all the people that are currently presumed dead are the people themselves, and it's not just like some very elaborate fake prepared beforehand, which, I mean, could be maybe a possibility, I don't know. I think the only people that would have the strength to do that... Let's see... I mean, it could be Hideo... Well, no. I don't know. Hideyoshi doesn't have much stamina. Ava has some power behind her, but I don't know if she could do it by herself. Kinzo's too weak. Natsuhi, I'm pretty sure was not her. I highly doubt it was any of the kids. Kanon doesn't have enough strength. Genji is really probably the only person that has enough strength, but even him is sort of doubtful. So I would guess that it would have to be multiple people working together, or Beatrice exists. I don't know. Thinking one of the dead people possibly sus? I mean, maybe? I mean, Rudolph and Kraus are both in their prime. They might have the strength and stamina to do stuff. Kyrie is pretty fit looking as well. I sort of doubt Rosa would be able to do something like that. Shannon, maybe. I mean, as maid, you have to have a certain level of fitness. Goda might have enough strength. Gonna spoil it for me. It was the gardening tools. Oh no. Darn it, Billy. Should have known it was the gardening tools. They were suspicious all along. But I don't know, like I said, I feel like it'd be very hard for one person to do that by themselves. Even if they were one, like, or even if they were replaced by a fake body or something. So yeah, I'm thinking it has to either be at least 2 people that did it, or it's the witch. If it's multiple people who would be in on it, which groups would trust each other? Well, I mean, he said there's Rudolph and Kyrie, assuming that, like, the corpses were fake. Could also be Kraus. Maybe Kraus and Goda? I don't know. I thought Goda was more friendly with Natsuhi. And like I said, I don't think Natsuhi was in on this. But I mean, maybe Goda is pretty close to Kraus. He is the only servant they left in the mansion after all. I don't think Kinzo would be part of it. Nanjo just does not have enough stamina. And yeah, Hideyoshi was like out of breath and everything. Just from doing simple stuff, I think. Forget what that was about. But maybe that's... I mean, he could be an act. I don't know who else would work with Ava other than Hideyoshi. Like, I can't really see any of the kids doing it. Well, the only one that I could maybe just barely see a possibility would be George with Shannon. If Shannon was, or if Shannon's body was fake. But that's a very, very small possibility. Oh yeah. Well, we've got Rudolph Kyrie possibility. Kraus Goda possibility. And then, like I said, the very unlikely possibility of George Shannon. And or maybe Genji Shannon. Yeah. Oh, that's right. The blood spatters show where they've been damaged. Lovely. Okay. Okay, so we were saying about a new lock for the door. You can see the manga goes into full detail. Wait, are you saying the manga has more detail than... Oh, I see what you mean. Like, it shows their bodies? Is that what you're saying, with the damage applied? Oh, that would be nasty. Indeed. Oh. I'm sickened, but curious. The anime too, you think? Oh, it's mostly censored. Yeah. Manga can get pretty nasty. But anime, they don't really let much slide. Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box.
鍵はどうなさいますか?
What should I do with the key?
私が持ちましょう。責任を持って警察に手渡します。
I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Natsuhi took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so, the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock, in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of the thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there, ominously, menacingly. With its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like, creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the six. To Natsuhi, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims.
さあ、行きましょう、皆さん。南條先生、ご足労をありがとうございました。源氏は急いで警察に連絡を。
Come on, let's go, everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police.
戻りましたらすぐに連絡します。
I will do so as soon as I return. The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the six bodies in its throat, glooming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. And I think that's where we're going to stop for today. That's probably the best stopping point I'm going to get. Oh. I wonder if, like, they would take... Like, of course they wouldn't want Maria to know the stuff, but... I wonder if Maria would have an idea of what that magic circle was. 2 more weeks for this chapter, probably. I imagine, because now the whodunit is probably going to take a while. All that stuff. Oh. Yeah, that was one emotionally charged scene there. At least for me. Who has not seen anything past chapter 1. Oh, one moment. All right, I'm back. Yeah, now to impatiently wait for Friday. Yeah. I want to try so many things. Like, I sort of want to go for a Flicker Strike build for PoE, but I feel like that'll be pretty difficult. I mean, that's probably not a league starter. I'd have to, like, build into it. Have fun with motion sickness. Oh, yeah. Man, the Vol Flicker Strike. Oh. Oh, that's going to be so expensive. I only need level 21. I don't need the quality 23. So it won't be that expensive, hopefully. Maybe. 2 new skills look really cool. Also just wanted to go Spell Singer again. Yeah. I mean, I sort of want to go something with melee. Like Cyclone. Or like I said, Flicker Strike. But if I do those, I have to worry about accuracy, or I won't be able to crit. And I don't know, like, is there some way to basically nullify accuracy and still be able to crit without locking me into a certain weapon? Start out with Flicker Strike. Just need Terminus Est. But yeah, I know with Terminus Est, I think. Wait, is it Terminus Est or another one that makes enemies unable to evade? But Terminus Est, I know, has the frenzy charge thing. It's the one that gives frenzy charges on crit. Yeah. And I forget, did they buff Terminus Est? I know they buffed some two-handed sword unique. Not sure. Not sure if it was that one or another one. Maybe multiple. I don't know. And yeah, I also wanted to try maybe Hex Blast or whatever it was. I feel like that would be a little complicated as well. I'd like to try to automate everything into one button, or all my attacks into one button. Although, it wasn't too bad when I had to do, like, splitting steel or whatever. So I didn't have to do that every second. I want everything on one button. Time to indulge into Spellslinger. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I will have to check that out. 2 FPS and no visual clarity with click of a mouse? Oh man, I'm in. Yeah, that sounds great. Who needs to see? All I need is to kill more bosses. Yes. Anyway, before everybody leaves, if there happens to be anybody new still around here, do feel free to check out. We have some links below the channel to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter. You can also use chat commands, ! Discord, YouTube, or Twitter. I'll bring up a link there in chat. As long as the bot works. Good one. Another good bedtime story. Yeah, it was nice and peaceful. Not gonna have any nightmares, and it's gonna have the best sleep. Oh yeah. Anyway, thanks for being here, sticking around. I hope you enjoyed. The lovely bedtime story. And I'll be back tomorrow with Lobotomy Corporation. I'll see you then. Anyway, hope you have a great rest of your evening, night, or day, night, whatever. Words are hard. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.